Good morning. Just a quick announcement for the public. The meeting will be viewed on YouTube later in the day. We are having an internet outage, which will cause a tape delay of today's broadcast. Good morning. Welcome to the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners meeting of October 6, 2021. This meeting will now come to order. We will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day comes from Proverbs. Be careful how you think. Your life is shaped by your thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Here.
Commissioner Moore?
Here.
Commissioner Lundy?
Here.
Okay, we'll begin with a proclamation. Manufacturing, in the matter of proclaiming October 7th is Manufacturing Day in Lorraine County. Whereas October 7th, 2021 has been designated National Manufacturing Day by a consortium of American manufacturers. And whereas October has been designated Manufacturing Month by the state of Ohio to bring career potential of manufacturing to students and our transitioning workforce. And whereas Lorraine County has a long, proud tradition of manufacturing dating back to shipbuilding in 1819, steel in 1894, and automobiles in 1904, with nationally recognized educational institutions, Oberlin College, founded in 1883, Lorraine County Community College in 1964, and Lorraine County Joint Vocational School in 1971. Now therefore be it resolved by the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners that October 7th shall be designated Lorraine County Manufacturing Day in recognition of the job-creating local manufacturers, their employees who make goods sold throughout the world, and the educational institutions providing our next generation of workers with the skills to succeed. I'd like to welcome up Rob Duncan, Director of Lorraine County Community Development. He's going to share a few thoughts and words with us on Manufacturing Day.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to be here to talk about Manufacturing Month today. The Community Development Team has been collaborating with the Chamber and other manufacturing associations to organize an event for tomorrow where we will declare October 7th Manufacturing Day in Lorraine County. As Commissioner Hung referred to, we have a long, proud heritage here in manufacturing in Lorraine County, as she said, from steel or shipbuilding to steel to automobiles. However, today in Lorraine County, our manufacturing is much more diverse, and we have many manufacturers that we represent here, or represented here. It's estimated by 2030 that nearly 80% of baby boomers will have left the workforce. And community development is collaborating with our workforce agency, along with our institutions here in the county, to make sure that we have a strong cutting edge and well-trained workforce for our local manufacturers. And I'm going to put in a shameless plug here for those who may be listening later. LCC right now is providing an opportunity for local workers, both young and old, to earn a short-term certificates. And many of these are available at no charge through grants right now, which can help both our manufacturers and people who are possibly looking for jobs. And they also offer one-year certificates, associate degrees, and bachelor degree in many of the manufacturing-specific areas. So we're grateful to have those institutions in our county. And tomorrow, as Commissioner said, we'll have the kickoff for Manufacturing Month at Skylift. It's one of our outstanding manufacturers that we have an opportunity to work with here in the county. And we'll be joined by Congresswoman Capter, our own Commissioner Dave Moore, and others to help recognize and celebrate the importance of manufacturing in our community. If you happen to be a manufacturer listening today and you haven't signed up for the event, if you can please contact Community Development or the Chamber, we can get you the information you need. Commissioners, again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to highlight such an important part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Commissioners? Okay, moving on to B, discussion. Golden Acres will be the topic, and I would like to welcome Facilities Director Dan Gross and Facilities Manager Karen Perkins to the podium to begin their presentation and discussion.
Good morning. I guess I misunderstood. I don't have a presentation. I thought there were questions that the commissioners wanted to ask that we were going to discuss.
I think if you could just give us a brief overview on the property, and then we'll ask away,
Okay. Well,
unless Karen wants to, whomever wants to.
Why don't I start? When I got in here, I asked our facilities director to look into Golden Acres. It's been sitting vacant since 2015, I believe. And the report that I read last week was at about a cost of $709,000. That was from 2017, so it didn't have 16 or 15 cost. I appreciate the fact that once, the two of you worked as a team to go after that issue, you started cutting expenses right away. This year, we've spent close to $30,000, and with us selling off and liquidating a lot of the equipment in there, which we got 30, we're pretty much at a net zero for 2021. My question was, basically, should we tear it down? Because I showed it to several developers, and what they kept saying is like, I'll take it for free because of the cost it's going to tear down. And I know you and I debated quite a bit. You thought it'd be $800,000. I said, but we don't know. So we went out to, you guys did go out to bid. In the meantime, since February or March, we've been showing it to every, I know you've shown it to, veteran organizations,
yes,
drug rehab, I think.
drug rehab, two different drug rehab.
Yeah. I know local developers were looking at it for like halfway house. I know a couple years ago, the previous board looked at maybe doing a recovery center. I know the one individual even thought about putting a small school, like tearing down the inner walls, because everybody looks at it, they don't realize, and you told me, you didn't realize till you got there, that it's not all sandstone.
Correct. It's a steel structure.
It's a steel structure with cement inside, right, or cement walls or something?
Yeah.
Because I know they spent $300,000 last year for a new roof, but the inside wasn't repaired. I know you've been approached by someone in regards to purchasing it. So then I asked our Port Authority, what about the land bank? Because if we have to sell it to somebody, I believe we have to get several bids. The land bank could just actually sell it, but then I think we're circumventing the law, Mr. Petticord. If we, as commissioners, we have to go out to bid if we wish to sell this, right? I can't.
Under most circumstances.
Under most, okay. And so I know you've gotten offers from that. So I felt last week when I brought this up that the board needs to have all the information so that we can decide how we're going to move forward with this property. It seems like people like the property, but they don't like the building. A lot of people like the building until they walk through it, right? And so, so I think that's why last week I asked to say, I'd like to have a discussion in regards to where do we go from here? And that's kind of, I think we're kind of stuck because, can we sell it? I don't know,
Yeah. To add to that, what we have found out in talking to several developers, the structural shape of the building does not fit well with anything else other than what it was designed for. So although it is a steel structure and it could be relatively easily changed inside, it's a long, narrow building that doesn't fit well with most modern designs.
I think that the timing of the discussion is really good because we're heading into the winter months. And if we're going to keep the building, then we need to winterize the building properly and get it ready to sustain the winter. If we're going to demo the building, now's the time to do that.
I guess I'd like to interject that possibility of doing like a highest and best use appraisal on the property. The real estate market is really soaring right now. And I guess I'd like a better feeling as to, you know, what the highest and best use of that property is and its value based with the building there and the land, or what the highest and best use would be without the building and just the land itself. You know, obviously have this done with a professional commercial appraiser. And also, I don't know what kind of transactions have taken place on, you know, on Levitt Road, but I think I'd like some idea on, you know, comps on Levitt Road. But it seems to be a good market right now, just not for residential, but for commercial property as well, too. And I don't know, maybe even the auditor can fill us in on commercial properties in Amherst and how much of an increase they've seen. So I just think there's still some highest and best use there. The area that I think always caused a lot of concern was the way that's built with the slope and everything, and trying to backfill everything and make it something you can actually develop with. But you know, I know that we got the prices here on the demos and the remediation and those types of things, but
What we did put together, and I believe Mr. Gross gave you, is the auditor's, excuse me, market value of the properties. And Mr. Gross and I were speaking this morning about it, and we believe that one of the reasons why the 58 parcels have not sold, those are actually in the name of the Port Authority, has to do with the fact that folks are a bit intimidated by the building. And when you're driving by, you don't see the difference between those parcels that have been split off on 58 and the building parcel. So you know, those are the types of things that we'll need to look at.
May I ask a question, Commissioner? I don't mean to interrupt you. I understand the question on the values. So, Director Gross, going back to Commissioner Moore's comments, did you keep a log of everybody who went through the building?
I did not.
Do you have an approximate number of how many people went through the building to tour it?
Entities, different entities, 5.
Okay. Was any research done on the possibility of just actually listing it and giving it a 30 to 60 day, you know, try to see who would come about? So that wasn't considered?
There's a sign there that's been listed since the previous board listed it years ago.
Are we on, Commissioner, well, you know real estate, are we on the MLS?
I don't know.
Are we advertised?
Well, commercial real estate,
are we on
unlike residential, is pretty much dried up, unless there's a need for it. Now, where the value is on that property is the land. That is the value. And like you were saying, Karen, the property on 58 is valuable, but like you said, they see that building behind there, and it's a deterrent. I mean, the asbestos in there, I mean, and we can do a best use appraisal. I think the auditor's site has it appraised at 1.5 million. But that's with everything. And I mean, it's from what I saw. So it's one of those things that's listed at 1.5 million. That listing has expired. And so now it's just sitting there with a big sign on it for sale. So, go ahead, Matt.
We also have, the commissioners own 2 parcels with frontage on Dewey Road. And those are,
That's all included, isn't it?
those are split off the main.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, so those are split off the building parcel.
Oh, okay, I thought they were included.
I don't believe the auditor's valuation is realistic either, because,
normally isn't.
pardon?
No, go ahead.
I heard that.
The,
Everyone who pays taxes will agree with you too on their values.
the frontage that is split off is commercial. So and there's no good commercial use for the frontage that's on North Ridge. It's more residential oriented, but it's commercial across the street, and you would be in the backyard of commercial. So I think that hurts the value of the land. even if the building wasn't there. That's just my opinion.
I don't know if Neil, oh, sorry.
Okay.
I was talking to Neil last night in regards to what they did back in the day when they formed a JED for that property. And they said they made it all the way to Dewey Road, I believe, right? So there, yeah, so there is some tax incentives there, but it's just, we haven't had activity since, 2015, I believe, so.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, we had several folks that were interested in the frontage property, but we could never work out with ODOT for the curb cuts and turn lanes.
Turn lanes, yeah.
And that was with Get-Go and
Oh, that's
and
right.
Sheets, I
Right,
think.
Yeah,
yeah.
and even, with the building itself, I had met with a couple of different developers that were trying to turn it into an event hall or some kind of a catering, fancy wedding location. And, it sounds really good until they actually see the building and see the amount of work that you have to put in and how much money you have to invest in the building. And, they're talking about tearing half of it down anyway and just keeping the core portion of that. But it's, and to repeat what Dan said, after folks get in there and see the size, it's overwhelming.
There
And they
was
just walk away.
Monday, somebody approached me about putting in at West Side Market, which, okay, that sounds good. Then they looked at it and said, that's to spend over $1.5 million, and they said, no.
Mm-hmm.
There's just the rate of return after the initial investment, they're better off building a brand-new one. That would be up to code, because that was built in 1931, so.
So I don't know if we can answer any more questions for you, if you have maybe additional information you want us to gather and come back for, to repeat the discussion.
I just think it's important to point out that, it's a county asset, right? So, and I think we all know anybody who owns property or a home knows that you have to have a good roof and good windows, right? Once you get water infiltration, things can go downhill really fast. So that was a tough decision to be made, but it was an investment that had to be made at the time because we have to remember it's still a county asset. And if you've got all kinds of water infiltration, then you're going to watch the value and the property decline rapidly. So that was something that had to be done. But we try to treat everything as a county asset. But and we have to remember it wasn't that long ago we had residents in there, right? So I know sometimes people think this building is a deep dark hole, but certainly it aged over time. But we did the best we could to keep it in good shape, but we've tried everything under the sun to market this property, and we just haven't had either reasonable requests, whether it's the Ghostbusters group,
Yes.
wanting to come into the building, or, or just some folks, wanting us to give them the property. And we did have discussions with the Metro Parks about, hey, would you be interested in this? But we'll take the land, but not the property. And I think that's, what we hear. But I just would think that maybe if we actually had a licensed professional commercial appraiser and took a look at a highest and best use appraisal, reviewed the comps and just get a better idea as to what we're looking at as we explore our options.
Commissioner Moore? You all set?
No, I wanted all the facts out there. It's gonna cost, what, 350 or something?
340,
Three- yeah.
340.
I'm a rounder upper, so let's say 350. Tear down the building and we have land. Right now, we're at a net zero, and so like you said, it's gonna cost us money to proceed.
winterize
And
it.
doing a use, really, it's an affordable way to, if you wanna do an appraisal, I'd support that just because, maybe that's the one thing that we don't have in front of us. We have everything else. And so maybe we could do an appraisal on a best use. But talking to residential developers, which I showed like 3 different residential developers, large guys that can write checks, even they said, give it to me for free and I'll take it. And I'm like, no, I can't do that, So that's how bad that building hinders. The property is very beautiful.
Yes, it is.
But you have riparian rights in regards to the river down below, so you can't really build along the hill. You have to back off on it, so the density is an issue when it comes to residential. I mean, and like you said, Dan, it's like no one's gonna wanna build a $500,000 home right there next to a commercial lot, you know, so. And I remember when Getco was trying to get that property, it looked like it was gonna be a nice deal, but they just couldn't get the, traffic pattern to work with the lane changes.
I guess right now, the best use of the property is for the sledding hill,
Yeah, right.
so,
Yeah,
The
but,
kids.
I know, yeah. I guess growing up, that was a big deal. We just don't get the snow we used to, so.
yeah, true, very
So
true.
It's a very expensive toboggan run, let's just say that. Yeah, so, okay, so I just want to make sure we understand, you know, if we keep it, we're gonna have to keep spending money to keep it an empty building. The roof, which was great, that, like Commissioner Lundy said, you gotta fix that, because water's the biggest enemy of any commercial property.
Right.
And then you have, so we know the cost to tear it down. We know, I think we're pretty close at knowing what's gonna cost to keep that building empty. And I guess, you know, it might take us maybe a month to get a best use appraisal, I'm sure.
I almost see this as two packages. I see this as the Golden Acres property, and then the frontage property. I kind of see those as two separate items.
I would agree with that, Commissioner, because that frontage property
real
off of
value
58
there.
is the Port Authorities.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Port Authority, I don't,
Oh, Jim's not here.
I mean, I think that we need to reach out to them and see how they're marketing that property, and see how we can take advantage of that.
Yeah, we got to figure out how to get ODOT on board with curb cuts.
Yeah, just to interject, I had a very brief conversation with Jim about those two parcels yesterday, so I think his mind is running in the same track. I don't know if you guys have reached out to him or not, but he's thinking the same way that you are. So.
So what's the wishes of the board?
I guess I'd like to see this highest and best use appraisal done by a licensed professional commercial appraiser. And I think that helps us with our options, is how best to market the property. I think I understand what you're saying. Maybe the commercial market's not as strong as the residential market, but, just even land values have got to be up significantly.
For that area, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking for direction also in regards to winterization, or no? How much time do we have for that?
You get 2 months.
Oh, okay, okay. So do we need a resolution, Dan, or is this, since it's a small,
I don't think you do.
it's gonna be like under,
Yeah,
it's gonna be that much for an appraisal?
yeah, I don't think you need the resolution. I mean, if you want to vote on it to get the appraisal, you can, but I think you can get the appraisal. I think that's with their general discretion, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
So we could
I don't think we need to vote.
take action on that next week if we put
Yeah.
something together to go out for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you need
I think we need to pay.
I don't think you need a resolution right now. I assume, you know what the cost of the appraisal will be?
No.
They're anywhere from 1,500 to 5.
I think if the board wants to direct them at this point to go get an appraisal, you can do that. I don't think it requires.
Because of the dollar amount, right? Okay.
Not to exceed.
I would certainly be supportive of that idea.
Do you want,
So am I.
Dan, do you need me to propose the question and we vote?
Yep.
Okay, in the matter of providing direction to the facilities director to seek an appraisal, a commercial appraisal on the property, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, do I need a second?
Second.
Oh,
Second.
Oh, okay.
So what am I doing here?
On the direction?
Yeah.
It's highest and best use appraisal by a licensed professional commercial appraiser.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Oh, I thought you, okay,
I
yeah.
thought you seconded it.
Yeah, okay.
Seconded,
Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I look forward to the feedback.
We're getting very close.
We're getting there. Just let me know when you're ready, Teresa.
I'm ready.
Okay, moving on to C, resolutions.
Number 1, investments.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 2, appropriations.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 3, transfers.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Moore. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Number 4, advances, repayments.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 5, requisitions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 6, travel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 7, bills.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Moore. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Okay, the next item of business is number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within the jurisdiction of the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess into executive session to discuss personnel and new hires and board appointments. The next item of business is number 9. I move to approve and waive the reading of the county commissioners' meeting minutes of September 15th, 22nd, and 29th, 2021.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 11. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Number
Number 12, I apologize.
10.
Number 10, sorry.
That's okay.
I'm looking right at it, right at it.
Rescind Resolution 19493, adopted August 7, 2019, approving the pickup of the statutorily required contribution to the Ohio Public Retirement System for the Lorraine County Administrator.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 11.
Authorize the hiring of law firm Sutter O'Connell to represent Lorraine County and/or its elected representatives and employees in litigation brought by former County Administrator Tom Williams, United States District Court Case Number 121 CV 01863 CAB.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
The next item of business is emergency management and homeland security. Number 12. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Adopt Lorraine County Hazmat 5-year plan in accordance with Ohio Revised Code 375004 and A6 through 7.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to Job and Family Services. The next item of business is number 13.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Lorraine County Transit Elyria in the amount of $450,000 for non-emergency medical transportation services using Medicare net funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, and may be renewed an additional 1 year upon agreement with which will be paid from Medicaid net account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the board with prosecutors approval as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, I'll just apologize right now for how long these are.
That's okay.
Be a lot of reading. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 14.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Provideride Cleveland in the amount of $450,000 for non-emergency medical transportation services using Medicaid net funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. This may be renewed for an additional year upon agreement, which will be paid from the Medicaid net account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors approval as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 15.
Authorized purchase service agreement with AmeriCab Transportation, Inc., Cleveland, amount of $450,000 for non-emergency medical transportation services using Medicaid net funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. This may be renewed for an additional 1 year upon agreement and will be paid from the Medicaid net account. Authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 16.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Fraternal Health Care Cleveland in the amount of $36,000 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, '21 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from the Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 17.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Neighborhood Alliance, Lorraine, in the amount of $230,000 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, which will be paid from the Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 18.
Authorized purchase of service, Lorraine County Public Health, Elyria, in the amount of $12,600 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from the Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds account. Authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Moore. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
The next item of business is number 19.
authorized purchase service agreement with Lorraine County Safe Harbor, Lorraine, in the amount of $192,500 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 20.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Lorraine County Children and Families Council, Elyria, in the amount of $118,914.55 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year '22, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from the Title 20 Social Service Block Grant account funds. Authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 21.
Authorized purchase service agreement with Lutheran Metropolitan Ministries, Cleveland, in the amount of $48,312 for protective services for adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grant funds for fiscal year 2022, effective October 1st, 21 through September 30th, 2022. This will be paid from Title 20 Social Services Block Grant funds, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors. Approve as to form.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the Office of the Sanitary Engineer. The next item of business is number 22.
Authorized sanitary engineer to adjust operation, maintenance, and repair fee in the 104 sewer service area 2 and 3 to the rates consistent with the other Lorraine County sanitary customers, which is currently $26.23 per month. The rate of $20.70 $20.77 per month will be increased to $26.23 per month effective January 1st, 2022. Shoo.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Moving on to Solid Waste Management District. The next item of business is number 23.
Approve a district market development grant in the amount of $23,468 to Skylift Inc., Lorraine, for recycled content steel beams and plates to be used in the build-out of their expansion for their facility, to be paid from the district market development grants account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Okay, and the account number is on the resolution. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the Office of the Prosecutor. The next item of business is number 24.
Approve a settlement agreement between Lorraine County and Glenn Wilson in reference to case number 16 CV 190621.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board or prosecutor?
I would like to say that this case, as I know Commissioner Lundy is aware of, this problem has been going on now for almost 10 years. And I personally am glad that we're finally putting it to bed. So I'm glad this is off the table. It's been a long, difficult ride. So thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, the next item of business is number 25. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Authorize Lorraine County Auditor to continue special fund per Ohio Revised Code Section 317.321 for fees imposed by Lorraine County Recorder for the purpose of supplementing equipment needs of the County Recorder effective January 1st, 2022, expiring December 31st, 2022, in the amount of $4 per recorded document.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I did not announce that we were moving on to the recorder, so move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to D, lobby session. Is it D? Yes, it's D, lobby session. Welcome to the lobby portion of our meeting. In order to speak on the topic of your choice, you have had to fill out a slip and turn it into the clerk. Please stay seated until you are called. We have more than one, so I will go in the order they have been received. Mr. Ogletree, you are up. Please state your name and address for the record.
Morning, Charles Ogletree, 344 10th Street, Elyria. I'll read my statement so I can stay on the time. As we've all surely seen from former County Administrator Tom Williams' lawsuit, that the fallout from Commissioner Hung's affair is going to continue to be a distraction, costing her and her family, her colleagues, and the taxpayers further embarrassment and potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. Will we soon see another front-page story detailing Harry Williamson's sexual harassment lawsuit? Many constituents I spoke with recently asked me this question. If their relationship superseded his employment, then we can conclude it was consensual and therefore should have been disclosed to the board before his hiring, which obviously wasn't reported. So if not, did Harry feel pressure to submit to Commissioner Hung's advances in order to keep his job and therefore was harassed by the commissioner? Let's hope not. Either way, as a result of Commissioner Hung's admitted misconduct and now the many additional allegations made in this new litigation, it's clear she has a duty, an obligation to resign immediately from county leadership, hopefully sparing the residents this costly lawsuit, and resolve this matter privately with her family, allowing confidence to begin to be restored to county government for the residents of Lorraine County. Additionally, we, the people, have a duty to hold our elected officials to the highest standards, making certain they represent constituents with integrity and with their needs as the guiding principles, not their own private desires or career motivations. I admit that myself and we, the people, had become apathetic towards our duties as citizens to especially engage with local leaders on local issues. We need to re-engage, holding them accountable. So I make this plea today. We all have a duty to serve each other and our communities in a way that makes clear to the elected leaders our priorities, and then continue engaging them to see that they carry on in our best interest. Unfortunately, the potential for corruption and apathy plagues us all, but we must work together to do what is right, to be better. Thomas Jefferson once said that the government you elect is the government you deserve. And later, President Truman added, the country has to be awakened every now and again to the fact that people are responsible for the government they get. And when they elect someone to public office who doesn't take care of the job, they have nobody to blame but themselves. So to those who are watching, let Commissioner Hung know how she has lost your trust, and email her directly at her county inbox or call and leave her a message. I'm asking you to resign again today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Neil Lynch. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is going to seem a little disjointed because you already had the discussion on Golden Acres, and I really didn't intend to come to speak unless I could add something. I really came to listen after reading about Golden Acres in the Chronicle. I was expecting some residents to show up and at least give their opinion to help guide this board as to what decision you make. I can tell you I'm happy that you made the decision to look at the highest and best use of this property. But one thing I wish you would have had a map up so that all residents know what property you're even talking about. You know, the locals here take it for granted when you say Golden Acres, you know, but many people, believe it or not, have moved into Lorraine County and know nothing about the history of Golden Acres. But Golden Acres is at the southeast intersection of State Route 58, sometimes called Levitt Road, and North Ridge. There are actually 5 parcels in there, 2 that are owned by the Port Authority that front on State Route 58 and North Ridge. The balance, those other 3 parcels, are owned by this Board of Commissioners. The 2 parcels on the front, which are a total of over 5.5 acres, are currently zoned commercial. The balance of the property, and roughly 30 acres, is currently zoned residential. When you do have this commercial real estate appraiser look at the highest and best use, I hope they understand the changes that are going on in this area also. There are currently some areas bounded by State Route 58 and Oberlin Road where you're going to see over 800 new living units put in there, in addition to a new 30-acre commercial park. And that's going to impact the value of these particular parcels here. Amherst Township, I'm sure, is open to consider whatever options the board might come up to in the use of this property. You know, not necessarily the use that's shown, but we have to be sensitive to the adjoining neighbors there as far as what their concerns might be. As Commissioner Moore pointed out, there is a tributary to the Beaver Creek going through this parcel, so a good portion of it isn't buildable land anyway, and so it's almost always going to stay in that natural state. And as much as, you know, we talk about the, you know, the sledding hill, some people might remember this as a TB clinic, others will remember it as Golden Acres, an old nursing home, and it does have that history that many of us live with. We got to be cautious that we don't fall in the trap that previous boards have in trying to save an old building that then just really degrades and becomes something that's completely unusable. Our last, most recent example here in our county was the Save St. Joe's efforts, and all that did was create a long, slow death and cost our county taxpayers a considerable amount of money. And even at that, it's not just the cost that you guys are seeing in terms of maintaining this property. Realize that there's the opportunity loss in the tax base here to our schools and all of our public communities. So we've got our schools, our roads, our fire, our parks. So I really hope that, you know, if this no longer serves a
Mr.
public
Lynch.
purpose, you can sell this and return it to a
Mr. Lynch,
productive
if you just give us
purpose.
1 second here. You're at the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd be willing to grant an extension.
Yeah, I know Neil can't speak less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, do you want to second that,
Well, as an
Commissioner?
elected official and representing, you know, your communities as well, too.
Yeah, that's a second.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, well, I probably won't need more time. As I said, I really came here to listen, but, you know, if this no longer serves a public purpose, let's really put it to a productive purpose. I think even at this point in time, the property that the board owns, I don't understand why it's not paying property taxes even today if it's no longer serving a public purpose. So thank you guys for considering this, and hopefully you'll get some good results here where this property can be put back into use. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to reports. Interim County Administrator, Mr. Rob Weber, has an excused absence today. Moving on to F, Assistant County Prosecutor, Mr. Dan Petticord.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no report. I do have two pieces. It's going to be, I'll have a lot for you in executive session. I have two pieces of current litigation to talk about, and I believe two pieces of potential litigation to talk about in executive session. And that's it.
You're causing me to take notes here, sir. That's, there we go. Okay, moving on to Commissioner's report. Commissioner Moore, do you have a report?
Oh, boy, okay. Let's see, gotta get through all this paperwork. In regards, I keep getting emails in regards to the fourth floor, work we're doing. I don't know if anything's happened since July 21st, or maybe people are excited about what may or may not be happening. But my understanding is on July 21st, we passed a resolution to do a fit plan study, and I have not seen that. I did talk to our facilities manager, and he said it has not been completed. So I don't know if this board is aware that until we get the fit plan study, there's really nothing we can do in starting any projects on the fourth floor. Because on July 21st, I believe we are paying $8,700 for somebody to do a study on what that fit would look like and who's going to be in that area. So I just want to make a note of that in case we're moving forward, spending money, doing any remodeling. Maybe we're not. It seems like that's what we're starting to do, and I thought I'd rather wait for the plan than have the debate on whether or not to spend the money. In regards to executive session, I see today we got there's an itinerary floating around in regards to executive session. I don't know if anyone's aware of it, but this now becomes a public document. I ran this by our assistant prosecutor this morning. We debated on, I thought there was 6 that could qualify for executive session discussion. I thought 5 did not. And we proceeded to debate, and I think he kind of won on a couple. So I do believe on here that I think we already had the discussions with Golden Acres repairs. I believe that is not an executive discussion. Then you have a request from Dan, or maybe Dan was requested to attend, to talk about the scope of work on the fourth floor, which I again said, I have yet to receive the fit plan that we voted on July 21st, unless there was a meeting that was agreed upon to spend the money on the fourth floor. In regards to, well, okay, I'm not going to bring up this one because that's where Dan and I disagreed, so I will not bring that one up. The communication tower agreement, that should not be discussed in executive session. That's just quickly to find out if it's signed or not. I don't know why we have a Barb Tomas please table until such time as he can provide a solid deal. That makes no sense to me. I don't think we should be voting and tabling in executive session. Maybe it just shouldn't have showed up. The other 3 I could see being on here, but I don't believe we should be sending out a document of what we're going to be discussing in executive session. It was my understanding on Monday, I got a phone call that the 2 of you met in executive session on Monday morning. I sent a text to the assistant county prosecutor saying, is there an executive session that I was not aware of or invited to? And he said, yes. I said, please give me a call afterwards. Our phone call lasted 10 minutes, which was fine. He could have done that for the other 2 of you, 10 minutes each.
I don't want to interrupt, and I apologize.
No, go ahead. I mean,
I didn't say that there was an executive session. I said that Matt and Michelle asked to meet with counsel, which in my reading of Ohio law is permissible under the Sunshine Law because there is no provision in the Sunshine Law to allow the discussion of general legal advice in executive session. It's not one of the exemptions.
I know
So-
you are aware, you did advise them that was not, there were some issues that were brought up. You
Right.
said this should not be discussed in.
There was one issue where the conversation veered into areas that were not, in my opinion, appropriate for a meeting like that, which was to get, as I understand it, to get my advice on the general mechanism for doing a number of things that you and I discussed. There was one area where the conversation started to shift into areas that I thought were beyond the scope of legal advice and therefore would become a meeting for purposes of the Ohio Open Records Law. But when I mentioned it, I got a exasperated look from one of the other two who knows who they are without me saying it, and we moved on to the next topic, and I don't think that there was any violation of the open meetings law. But I want to make it clear, I understand your point, I just want to make it clear that it was not an executive session.
Well, when I sent you the text at 10:19, I said, is there an executive session that was not included in? You said, are you here? And that wasn't my question. I repeated it. And then maybe this is where I got confused. I said, well, please update when completed. And you said yes. So I assumed the yes was for that they were having an
They were having a
executive
meeting,
session.
yeah. No, I apologize if I led you to think it was an executive.
And then you said 5 minutes. So I took the 5 minutes that you're going to call me up and let me know what the meeting involved.
Yeah.
And so I may disagree in regards to your, the opinion in regards to legal, but that's okay. We're going to, you and I go
just-
back and forth a
We
lot.
do, we
so.
do in fact, and I get exasperated looks from you all the time as well. I just want to make sure that it's clear. Executive session is what lawyers would call a term of art.
Yeah.
So when we use that term, it's for a specific purpose. I do not believe that that conference fit the meaning of the term executive session, that's all. So
Okay.
we just want to make that clear.
Thank you. And a report.
Just for the public's awareness, on Monday, we had a situation here at the county to deal with our interim county administrator needing to take some personal time. One of the duties of the county administrator is to make the list for discussion in executive session, and he usually will handle that. I say he because the current one and the one before was a man. So in absence of a county administrator, the president of the board then does take on some of those administrative duties. So I probably should have asked Dan if that was okay to list the administrative items that were coming through on the email. I didn't, and made a list, basically was what I did, because that was what the administrator would have done. He doesn't just come in and shoot from the hip. He usually has a list in a notebook of all the items that will be brought up. And on Monday, I asked Dan to invite the other two commissioners for a, if you want to call it an executive session discussion, Dan, I don't recall using that word, but we had to, on Monday, have a continuation of government plan made in the absence of the county administrator, and you provided us with the information we needed for that.
Yeah, and I think that I just want to be careful here, and I want to, if you don't mind, give me the time. Because my supposition is we're going to get a public records request now for this document that's been circulated. I think Commissioner Moore is right that it is probably a public record. I think there are things on there that are redactable, and my office will redact them.
Sure.
Because they are appropriate for a public record, for executive session, and would otherwise be privileged. So to the Journal and the Chronicle, when they send me their email in 10 minutes, I want to make sure that
No, they're not watching.
they're not watching
live.
today. When they send it to me when the internet comes back up,
you
I want to
got-
make sure that we're all clear about that.
You got some time.
I do also think it's important to keep making this distinction. I think in the absence of an acting administrator, it's important that the government continue to function. There are policy and legal ways that can be accomplished. The meeting on Monday was appropriate insofar as my purpose for being there was to give you and Matt, who was the other commissioner who was here at that time when I came over, or shortly after I came over, the legal framework in which we could operate and do things in this period of time when we don't have an active acting administrator. It would not be appropriate to have a meeting of commissioners, even with me in the room, to just talk about the general functioning of government. And that was the background for that one area where we started to shift more into policy, where I told the two of you, let's not do this, and we moved on to other topics. So hopefully that, it's maybe more complicated than it needs to be, but I think it's worth making that distinction.
And also, to finish up my report, I want to assure the public that all three commissioners are working together to ensure that the continuation of government and the business of government and what the commissioners, Board of Commissioners provide in services to our residents is continuing. We are on top of every topic that has come through on the email and conferring with Dan where needed. So I just want to reassure the public that we are working on these items. And to Commissioner Moore, Dan did get back to us on the FABO for the fourth floor, so that we do have some information. Dan Gross, Facilities Director, did get back to us, so we do have some other information from him on that as well.
I don't even know what a FABO is, so hopefully.
I think it was in the email. Yeah, I think it was in the email. But anyways, that concludes my report. Commissioner Lundy.
Sure. Yeah, no, I want to make very clear that Dan Petticourt, our legal counsel, does a very good job of identifying what is eligible for legal discussions and what aren't eligible for legal discussions, and puts his foot down immediately on those things. And I know for the sake of the organization that the administrator generally comes in with, I guess you could say, kind of an agenda list of some things that maybe want to be brought up in executive session.
Can I make this point again, just because I'm trying to,
Okay.
and I hate to interrupt all you guys, because nobody elected me to do squat.
Right.
But in my experience in executive session over the last 10 years, when I was in here occasionally before this job and now every week, the administrator generally comes in with notes
Right.
that then he makes and modifies during executive session. I think it's important to make sure that we understand that those are notes and they're working notes. I am not, and the issue of whether those notes would then become a public record is something that we should talk about in executive session, or I will have legal advice about if the time comes. I'm assuming, just so we're clear about that, I do not want to leave the opinion that the administrator comes in generally with a list that is circulated in executive session in a formal,
Right.
in a formal way. And I appreciate where Commissioner Hung is and where Commissioner Moore is. The difference here is I think Commissioner Hung was trying to get everybody aware of what was coming up, circulated those notes prior to the meeting. That may make things a little bit different. That's the distinction. And we'll deal with it, and we'll handle it. So I'm sorry, Commissioner, but that.
No, that's fine. That's an important distinction. I would like to, as part of my report, Madam President, send out our condolences and prayers to the family of Sam Batunis. Sam served on the Veteran Services Commission for a very long time. He was always a very strong voice in the community, advocating for our veterans, and he's survived by his wife, Libby, and just a very good man. I got to know him a long, long time ago. He was always involved in the community, and it's a big loss for the community and for the veterans community. Also had the opportunity to attend the Avon Lake Citizen of the Year in Avon Lake, put on by the Avon Lake Community Council, which is really a great concept. What they decided in Avon Lake is, instead of all these organizations having competing events, they actually sit down on a regular basis and map out their schedule as to, you have your event this time, we have our event at another time, so they're not conflicting with each other. It also makes it possible for them to work together on some of these community events, and it's really gone quite well. But the Avon Lake Community Council, they come together also once a year to recognize the Citizen of the Year and also to recognize a Project of the Year. The Project of the Year, for those of you who've driven down Lake Road over the years, in the past, there used to be an airplane, the Spirit of St. Louis airplane at the old Kekix gas station on Lake Road. And that gas station obviously ended up closing, and they did a replica. Some Eagle Scouts got together along with some adults who were quite skilled at putting together a replica plane. And you can now see it anytime you go to Miller Road Park on Lake Road in Avon Lake where the boat launch is. You'll see that plane that is on a pole up there, the Kekix plane. So that was recognized as the project of the year. And then Marty Gallagher was recognized as the Avon Lake Citizen of the Year. There's hardly a thing in the community that Marty's not involved in. He is a lot of energy. That's all I can tell you, a lot of energy. He's always on the go and involved in something, but he was recognized as the Citizen of the Year. Would also like to commend the Elyria NAACP on their Freedom Fund and Scholarship Gala. It's important for everybody to know that Elyria NAACP is now merged with the Oberlin NAACP, and I think they're now going to be the Metro City NAACP, maybe their new official title, but it was the very last anniversary, 66th anniversary, and then their Freedom Fund Gala for the Elyria NAACP. And shortly after that, made my way over to the Arts After Dark event, which is a fundraiser for Brookside High School. And a lot of businesses come out every year, a lot of parents and community members to support the Brookside High School activities. And I want to thank them for all of their support. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Commissioners. Our next item is H, the clerk's report. Madam Clerk, do you have a report today?
I do not.
I didn't see. Okay. Our next item is I, Board Correspondence. I move to waive the reading of the Board Correspondence due to an executive session we have scheduled.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
At this time, I move to adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel issues, employment and new hires, current litigation and potential litigation. By Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
canceled on a couple houses.
Okay. We have returned from executive session, and our meeting is back in session. I move to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes, with the notation of a no on item number 1 in the 911 section.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
We just did.
Oh, you just did. I'm sorry.
That was just his exception.
That was with the exception. I apologize. It was a very long executive session. Okay, meeting announcements. The next regularly scheduled board meeting is Wednesday, October 13th at 9:30 a.m. Is there any further business from this board? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.